Poor Magda.
Okay.
Hello! We are here. Magda's having a few technical difficulties, so she will join us when she can. And, oh, there she is.
Don't put me in yet. Oh,
okay. I'll remove you. She's trying to figure it out. So, we are here, and we will have a Magda shortly. We have a Naomi at the moment. Oh, Naomi from Naomi's Bookshelf. Thank you so much for joining. And tell us what you did to pick your book.
Oh goodness. So my challenge is I'm also having to read Agatha Christie because I haven't read one yet. And I'm also doing the Read Christie 2022 project, and their prompt for the month is reading an adventure book by Agatha Christie. So I went through my shelves and literally found 9 books that are by Agatha Christie that have adventures in them. And so I randomized for 9 books, and I got Partners in Crime, which is a Tommy and Tuppence.
Perfect.
So I have an extra prompt trouble.
Yeah, and she was feeling bad about only having 9. And I said that 10 was kind of an arbitrary number, so don't worry about it. It was perfect. So, yeah, let's see how everybody... Oh, and I am obviously reading The Love Hypothesis because that is what I have. So that's worked out well for me because, I was kind of like figuring out how am I going to do this koi challenge, because not everybody obviously is going to have the book that I pick, and I don't want them to have to pick that. But I was thinking the koi cup is the books that I really want to get to. So I wanted to pick books that everybody else, everybody got to randomly generate. And I had to randomly pick one of the books that I really want to get to. So I figured it was perfect that everybody could pick books they really want to get to and then randomly generate from there. So that was the plan, and how that ended up working out. Mom's going to share hers really fast.
Hi, I'm going to read Texas Rain. It's a romance by Jody Thomas. And I had 10 books. Amy did the generator, and it came up with number 10. So this was my book. I hope to read this in this next time.
You should be able to.
I should.
Like that kind of a romance. Fast. Yeah. Let's see if Magda's ready. Are you ready to be added, Magda? Oh, she's not even moving. Okay, maybe not. Okay, we'll get that figured out. Let me see if she's messaging me really fast. Okay. Welcome, Canadian Dragon. Hello, Shelly. Hey, Kayla. Hey, Amberjen. Ruby's here. And Amy. Hello, Amy. I feel like it's just been really, I just saw you.
Like 5 hours?
Yeah. Hey, Stacy. I'm incredibly sad that I don't have the book from the Koi Cup. I want to read that. I'm sorry. Maybe, do you have no, can't get it from Libby or anything like that? The Libby app or something like Scribd or anything along those lines? Probably, again, I'm guessing not. Hey, Leanna. Don't have the book either, so I did a random spinner. What'd you end up with? Kayla has the Koi Cup book on my iPad, but my iPad is not currently with me. Later, I will read it when I get home. Okay, good. That's exciting. I'm so excited about this one. It's such a booktube baby. Everybody has read this book, I feel like. Everybody's read it recently.
I'm very interested in it, but I haven't bought it yet because I'm kind of waiting to hear a lot of results and a lot of feelings.
I feel like for the most part, people have really enjoyed it. Sometimes when they start it, they're not as crazy about it, but in the end, they like it more, is what a lot of the comments I've heard. But yeah. Hey, Danielle, welcome. Emberton, I almost bought that book today. It wasn't on the last sprint because I went out book shopping because it's independent bookstore day. Yes, it is. Did you go out book shopping at all today, Naomi?
I went grocery shopping and I bought a book anyways. I'll go grab it later while we're sprinting. But yeah, it's a really big one, but I might try it after I finish my Agatha Christie. We'll see.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Where'd you get it?
At Superstore. I always go past the book section. I can't help myself.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, I get this. I do the same thing. Paige. Hello, Paige. I have to finish one book tonight, but then I have a spinner wheel set to pick my next read. Spinner wheels make me so nervous. Yeah, they can be nerve-wracking. And Paige said mistakes were made. Yeah. Paige ended up picking five that were on her TBR and 5 that weren't, and got one of the ones that weren't.
That's dangerous.
Yeah. I did your RNG, and I'm going to read Hope of Elantris right after I finish watching Heartstopper, of course. She's started watching Heartstopper, and now she's no longer readathoning anymore.
Why would you if you're already binging a show? That's why no TV's been on in my house this weekend. I know I get stopped.
It's dangerous. Actually, no, she has finished her books for this, so I guess she is still. It's smart that she's picking really small things. Like Hope of Elantris is a small Brandon Sanderson novella. That's the way to go. I have a random jar, and luckily my first pick also fits adult fiction. Paris for One and Other Stories by Jojo Moyes. Is that how you pronounce it?
I think so. That's what I've heard it pronounced as.
Are you ready?
No.
Okay.
It's fine if you have the thing upright like that.
Yeah, it's okay if you have it upright like that, Magda. That works too. We can still see you.
That's great.
Okay. I may just see if I can prop it this way. All right. I know what I'll need to do.
Let's hope it doesn't
Trying
go
to do
crashing
this
down.
without great vision is not the greatest thing.
Yeah.
I understand the trouble of propping up your phone. I was trying to vlog earlier for this weekend, and I had my tripod thing up there, or my light stand, and it was like, flop, flop, flop.
No, multiple times?
It would not stay up, and I'm like, fine, I'll just prop it behind a candle.
Okay, let's go for it.
This clip.
Magda, tell us what you ended up picking up.
You know what? I was messing around with this so much, I never even got to watch the prompt. So, what's the prompt?
Yeah.
What? You want to tell her, Naomi?
You have to randomly pick a book out of 10 or whatever.
Yeah, so it's either The Love Hypothesis by Allie Hazelwood, which was from
read it.
Right, or you pick 10 books that you're most wanting to read and choose one, randomly generate one. We can help you randomly generate one.
No, I've got them right here. Give me just
Prepared.
a sec. I downloaded a bunch of books for this, so I actually have about 25, but give me a number. How's that?
Okay, I'll randomly generate one.
Okay. And that's it. It doesn't have to have. I'm sorry?
1 through 25?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. All right. 5.
The number I got. Number 5.
It's also my lucky number. I mean, not that I really believe in lucky numbers.
Is that what we're doing? Number 5?
Yep.
Guess number 5 is the winner here on live streaming.
7, 8. Paper Towns by John Green.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that one.
I think
obviously I've heard of John Green, but did you read it?
I've read it and I watched the movie, but I think I enjoyed it pretty well. I can't remember if it was a 3-star or a 4-star, but it was definitely a good book. So, yeah.
Good.
Fast book too.
It's the last John Green I have on my list to read, so and it's fairly short, so I can get it done within the 12 hours. Yay.
Yeah. Obviously I probably won't be able to get this done anyways, but I'm still working on my Sunday sum up too. So I might do like a sprint where I read, a sprint where I Sunday sum up, a sprint where I read, a sprint where I edit. This weekend is going by so quite quickly. This is crazy how quickly this moves.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, even for me, it was like, we did, I was with you the whole 5.5 hours last night. And then I had to set my alarm for this morning, which was new. But I was, I watched the drop and I was there, when you first went on, and then I went out and got some fresh air in the afternoon so that when I got home, I'm like, oh, nap time.
Yeah. How was the waffle bar?
Well, you knew it was Jan's. So, yeah, so good. So good.
Bars.
She just had all kinds of topping, fresh fruit like strawberries and raspberries and pineapple and blueberries. She had nuts that you could put in the waffle when you were baking it, or, like almonds and pecans, or you could put it on top. Mini chocolate chips. She makes her own bourbon maple syrup. I mean, it,
very Jan.
whipped cream, just, all of it. Just all of it.
You're making me jealous.
I know. I'm sorry.
Sounds better than my peanut butter and toast this morning.
Yeah. I had pizzas. You had breakfasty foods.
It was pretty much my only meal of the day because I'm still full.
Yeah.
That would be filling.
Mm-hmm. Amy says, I'm going to put some books on a wheel and spin, but I'm pretty far behind. Yeah, Amy's still working on Keeper of the Lost Cities. And then she needs to read the next book for the next prompt. But yeah, I understand.
That's why I chose The Ugly Duckling book 1. I was like, I can't do a big book. I'm doing an 8-page story.
That was smart. That was brilliant. So you were doing those Hans Christian Andersen's for all the Aurelium as well?
Well, for Aurelium, I was like, I don't have a shadow book, and I'm just like stressing myself out while not being able to really read. And so I looked at my Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales book, and I was like, there's one called The Shadow. I'm reading it. I'm calling that a win. And then I was like, wait, I also haven't done Buzz Wordathon yet. He has The Little Mermaid. I'm calling that a win. So I've been doing that whenever I feel a little like I don't know what to do for a prompt. I'm just going to do Hans Christian Andersen now.
That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Yeah.
I did a different Twisted Tales for that one. It was the one, oh God, now what was it? It was the Snow White one. Mirror, Mirror.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good. It was really good. I liked that.
Yeah, I'm having fun with this one, the reflection so far. I like how it feels like it's actually a Disney movie, the way it's written. It's very cleverly done.
I'm interested to try those.
I have it on my list too, so.
Working for me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Betty says, I'm reading Crisscross by James Patterson. The book was saying you can't get away. Yes. Betty was saying that, last time in the last round, she was reading James Patterson and was saying how it wasn't working for her until it did. And then all of a sudden, Betty did her spin for this and ended up with another James Patterson. So
yeah, you can't get away from him now.
Yeah, hopefully he treats you well this round. All right. Hello, Ashley. Hello. You made it. Hey, Jean. Ashley's reading Help for the Haunted and the Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Fantastic. That's great.
I loved Addie LaRue. It's not my normal kind of book, but I loved it.
Yeah, I saw you're rereading Mexican Gothic.
I know.
I'm so excited about that.
I'm going to make a really bad confession here. I have not read Addie LaRue, and I still have no desire to. I'm hoping someday that will change, but I don't know.
My book club was reading it, so I was going to read it for that. But it was actually a really great book club topic and has a lot of topics that were great to discuss. But it was also really fascinating. It was definitely slow to a point, but then I found it to be really engaging. So I loved it after that certain slow build up, essentially, because you're following one character throughout timeless life. So it's not for everyone, I would say, because some people in our book club didn't like it, but most people did.
Yeah, I'm looking. I have that one. I do want to read it at some point, and I tend to like slower books, so I'm excited about it. But we'll see, because I've heard a lot of people like it, but some people don't, and it'd be interesting to see what I feel about it eventually. And then I'll tell you, Max, if you have to read it.
I'll still beat you.
Of course you will. Everybody's gonna beat me. Paige missed the last section because sleep. How did the second section go? Well, how did you guys go for the
I think
second?
pretty well.
Mag, did you finish your book?
Yeah, I finished both of them.
Yeah, so it's going well. Yeah, mine, I've got 90 pages into reflections, so, did okay.
And like last night I was, listening to 2 different books.
Mhm.
So I finished both of those, Searching for Dragons and All That Remains. And then today I finished Anne of Green Gables. So
Perfect. Yeah,
starting fresh.
How'd you like it? Did you like it?
Which one?
Anne of Green Gables.
Oh, actually, it's not of Green Gables. Sorry, it's Anne's House of Dreams.
I'm about to read
So
that.
it's the
Good one.
4th one in the series. It came in a bind up, so it was like number 1, number 2, and number 4. It skips her college years. So this is the one where she and Gilbert. Oh, spoiler! Never mind.
So it doesn't have Anne of Windy Poplars in it, then the bind up.
It doesn't have who?
Anne of Windy Poplars, that book.
No,
Good.
it's kind of a weird bind.
So the way that Ella Montgomery, this is going to go on a tangent, sorry, but Ella Montgomery wrote the other books first, and then she wrote Anne of Windy Poplars after, which is like the book that comes before Anne's House of Dreams in chronological order, but not publication order. And so I just finished that one for the analog that I'm taking part in, and it's a much a dud. So it doesn't quite fit the characters, and it's kind of just feels like a filler book, trying to fill in time between the previous book and Anne's House of Dreams. So yeah, I remember Anne's House of Dreams being amazing. So I'm happy.
And I think that's why they've done it. There's like, I've read or heard talk out there that the best ones really are like number 1, number 2, and number 4.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe that's why they put it together that way. Who knows?
That's publication order, so definitely going by that's better.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Sounds like you're not missing anything anyways from the sound of it.
I gave it a 2. I was very sad to give Anne books a 2. And Anne book a 2 at least. The other ones are all great.
Okay. Well, good. My randomization is City of Lost Souls. Awesome. I'm still just barely started City of Ashes, so it's been a rough time. I want to hear reaction from that book too, Amy. I saw it in the store yesterday.
The Love Hypothesis. That was good. I enjoyed that one.
I'm excited for it. So we'll see if it goes well. And hopefully we can get you some more comments about it, Naomi, so you can more reviews, more people out there reviewing it. Yeah. Sabrina hasn't decided what she's reading yet. On chapter 4 on Shadow of Night. I'm still excited about that one. My sister got it from Book of the Month and haven't borrowed it yet. Yep, understand. Going to read Luckless by Carrie Z. I have my husband pick a number between 10 and 100 for page count. Oh, that's clever. Then the number he picked had 3 books, so he picked another 1 through 3. I love that. I love that you did a different kind of randomization. That's perfect. Going to be starting Wolf Song by T.J. Klune. Have you read that at all, that series?
No, I haven't. I've heard about it, but I haven't picked it up at all.
I've heard it's really good.
I didn't hear what you said. What series?
Wolf Song by T.J. Klune.
Oh, I have heard of it. I haven't read it. I was supposed to read the first one, Wolf Song, last month, but I didn't get to it.
Yeah, that was supposed to be good. Yeah, maybe next month.
Yeah, it's not on audio, so it's one of the ones that I have to put on like maximum print.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to take longer to get through that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a series too. So there's quite a few books in that series.
There's 4 of them, I believe, in this series.
Mm-hmm. Betty hasn't watched TV this weekend, and my family keeps coming to see if I'm okay.
What's
I'm
wrong?
reading, people. I love you, but I'll be reading about murder. Let me be.
I get that feeling. I read a lot of murder mysteries and true crime books.
Oh, yeah, me too.
One time, my family loves to talk about, and I love to brag about too now because it's just hilarious. One time, my sister's friend was over at the house, and he was just like there for a little in between before pickup. And I was cooking dinner and listening to a true crime book about serial killers. And apparently, the chapter I didn't even notice, but the chapter that I was listening to while cooking dinner was about cannibals who were serial killers while I was like making dinner, and he was sitting at the dining room table just petrified of me while I'm just, making food and serial killers who eat their victims.
I love
and I was
it.
like
That's
not at all
awesome.
aware. So,
You're not at all aware that you're freaking this guy.
I know. After that, I was like, just tell your future boyfriends that I know how to kill them and get rid of their bodies, and they'll be fine.
I'm just doing a little research here.
Yeah, I don't think he was too impressed. I think he was more scared of me than anything.
Oh, that's funny. I
No
love
sense
it.
of humor. He has no sense of humor.
Yeah, it was interesting. He didn't tell me at all. He told my sister after he got back to school.
Oh, really? Shell is jealous of Stacy because she wants to read Wolfsong. Natalie, yes, thank you. This actually was a gift from Natalie, so I'm finally getting to it. I wanted to get to it sooner, but this is the perfect weekend for it. And Danielle wants the waffle bar. Yeah, don't we all?
Yeah. You know what? I want it again too.
Yum waffle bar. Hey, Kimberly, took a break for some travel. What are you going to pick for this one, Kimberly? I put my NetGalley books in the wheel, and it came out Singing for Elephants, another novel in verse. That's perfect. So you'll get caught up in no time. Did random generator for 7 books I'm reading or planning on reading and got 6, which is People We Meet on Vacation. I totally not finishing any books during this readathon. Yeah, no, me neither.
Starting a bunch.
Didn't get the the memo about. I actually have a ton of short books that I was like, oh, that'd be perfect, but a lot of these books that I picked are on my TBR anyway, so just starting them, I'll get to them this next month, so not a big deal.
A day early is not a bad thing.
No, I'm starting. That was my April TBR.
A month late is not a bad thing.
She's actually starting her April TBR on April 30th.
Exactly.
That counts.
That's exactly right.
Right in there under the.
I made it. Hey, I don't have to do a punishment for Wilder lore now, thanks to this readathon. So,
See?
Heck yeah. Mom finished Poison Heart, found out it was a duology, so now I need to get book 2. Still, I'm reading The Golden Compass about halfway through and hope to get time to read it tomorrow. Yeah, probably. Randomized the 16 books on my May TBR. It's 11:20 p.m. here, almost May. The Humans by Matt Haig. Oh, cool. I've heard good things. Have you read that? Anybody read that?
I've read The Midnight Library by Matt Haig. Really enjoyed it. And our book club is reading How to Stop Time by him sometime next year. So that'll be fun too. But I haven't read The Humans.
I've heard good things about The Humans. I heard it was a little strange, but I think that's kind of true for a lot of Matt Haig's writing, right?
I think that's just his style.
Hi, Natalie. I have People Meet on Vacation, also my random number generator, but ended up with Texas Rain. Yep, that romance by Jody Thomas. I'm reading Hotel in the Corner of Bitter and Sweet. Excuse me. I haven't heard of that one. Anybody else heard of that one?
No.
I feel like I've heard the title, and I can't remember why. I can't remember what kind of book it is.
Is it another cozy mystery? Because that's what everybody is reading on this readathon.
I don't think it is. I thought it was a classic.
Oh,
maybe like a modern classic.
Hotel at the Corner of
I'd
Bitter
have
and
to look
Sweet.
it up.
Now I'm curious. Corner of Bitter and Sweet, huh? Nope, not coming up for me.
We're recognizing
By
the
Jamie
Corner of Bitter and
Ford.
Sweet or something.
Let's see. Haven't looked up the drop yet, Kimberly. It's in the description of this video if you want to check it out. And it's Teresa. Hi. How's the little baby?
Congratulations, Teresa.
Woohoo. Teresa's on mama duty. Well, obviously always, but like babies, my little nephew's got quite a sleep schedule.
I bet.
And is really good at peeing when the diaper's off.
Kids can be like that.
That's always a dangerous thing with those little baby boys.
I can proudly say I've never been peed on in 7 years of being in an infantile room.
That's actually really impressive.
I know.
Yeah, that really is.
That's why I proudly
covering up.
This is going way back, but back when I was in high school, I was babysitting for my coach, his firstborn son, Adam, and I had to go change the diaper. And this was, of course, before I knew to keep the diaper, over him while I was changing it. And yeah, there it just wee.
Oh,
God.
I think I've caught it fast enough. You know what I mean? Like, so, but only for like nephews and stuff, not changing on a daily basis. So
Yeah,
the likelihood goes up. The probability increases. Betty, I did put a time limit on screen time on my phone, and this Saturday has killed my improvement for the week. I'm sorry, Betty, but I'm so excited that you joined us. I'm yelling at my tracker, telling it my screen time has been beneficial, so it shouldn't count. It's been very beneficial. You've gotten a lot of reading done. And quality time spent with so many wonderful people. That counts, right?
Yes.
Hey, Amanda, I'm uploading Amanda's been doing Veda all month and uploading her final video for April right now. Congratulations.
That is a huge accomplishment.
It's incredible. I could not. Teresa says, thanks. He's feeding constantly. Okay, so he's just hungry all the time. Well, they're pretty good at that. Got to get bigger. Oh, he's a cutie patootie. Really is. Amanda says, I got peed in the face by my youngest son. My husband was right beside me, so I just sat down and cried. Oh, he was a week old and I was tired. Oh, that's so rough. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing, Amanda.
We're laughing with you, not at you.
Yeah. I just can imagine, like, you're feeling so exhausted. Like when you're at your, like, wit's end, you're just so tired, and then every little thing just can make you, like, cry. Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, let's start a sprint. How's that sound? Woohoo! Okay, so what do we want to do? What do you guys feel like doing? A long one?
As long as I can get through my Agatha Christie quick, I'm good. I need to get it done tonight.
Okay, so what?
Go ahead. Whatever.
Let's go to 15. So a little less than 45 minutes. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good.
And I'm using banners because I was having
earlier.
So many problems. My computer just is tired of me.
Banners work.
Okay, well, happy sprinting, everyone. I hope you make good progress on your book. And yeah.
All right.
Let's go. Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting weird. Hello.
Hello.
Audio.
How'd it go?
Good. A couple of moments of humor in there.
That's good. How far did you get?
How long were we sprinting for?
45
Almost
minutes.
45.
So 52 minutes. It's an 8-hour book, so about 15%.
How'd it go for you, Naomi?
I'm on page 96, but I started on page 9, so 87 pages. They're small.
Wow, good job.
I'm going to say this in a really pretentious way, but I'm slowing down because I'm normally like 100 pages in 30 minutes. So I'm slow this month, I think. But
yeah, that's fantastic. How is it so far, though?
It's good. I think it's more like short stories, which is fun. And Tommy and Tuppence are really funny because they have a interesting personality thing as opposed to Agatha Christie's other. I don't know. Her other detectives are like, they're the smart one, and then they have friends who they kind of talk about it with. Whereas with Tommy and Tuppence, they're both equal partnerships in their personalities and like their detective skills. And Tuppence, who's a woman, is never looked down upon by Tommy, and sometimes she uses that to her advantage with other people. But Tommy's always like, "You're brilliant, and you're really the solver here," and it's great. So I love their dynamic.
That's good. Yeah, I usually only hear about Poirot and Mrs. Marple, so it's interesting to hear about Tommy Tuppence.
Yeah, they have 5 books. So
okay,
yeah, it's good.
So how is it formatted if it's like short stories? That one.
So it's really funny. I haven't read book 1 yet in their series. I read book 5 first, then book 3, then book 4, and I'm on book 2. But this one is like every chapter is another episode of them having their little detective investigative firm. That's kind of how it is. So each new case that they get or whatever it is.
Okay. So, cool.
Cool.
I made it 18 pages, which for me is good, especially in the beginning of the book. Especially at the beginning, because it takes me a while to get into books at first. But this one's a lot of fun. I already love the science element to it because it's set in a PhD lab, and that's fun. Like that is totally. I had debated on getting my PhD right after finishing my biology degree. I thought about just going straight into my PhD, and I decided on my last year not to because I was so burnt out, and I just didn't know where I'd want to go with it, and I didn't have any big. I did realize that I didn't think research was going to be the right place for me, but it's fun to read about it. Like, so, and I can tell that the chemistry is going to be a lot of fun between these two characters. So like, it's cute. It's a comedy. It's cute so far. So fun. Yeah. Let's see. And Amanda said, it's funny because he's 15. So she's talking about her son peeing in her face. Baby.
Unfortunate moments.
Yeah. Really like the Love Hypothesis, Amy. Hope you like it. I'm thinking it's going to be a good one. Shell says, welcome back. Betty said, read 28 pages. Fantastic. 45 pages, and the woman in the story is a bookworm. Oh, that's the Western romance she's reading. It's perfect. I don't know where I started, but I'm on page 778 of 845.
You're so close.
Hopefully during this sprint you'll get it. Oh, you'll get it done in the next sprint, actually. Yeah. That is so awesome. That is a big book. I just kept looking at it like, it's pretty massive. Tony says, wow, if I get 50 to 60 pages an hour, that's good. I wish I read faster.
I know. I'm a speed reader. I've developed it over a very long time. So I always feel guilty when I say that, but it's, I don't know.
Yeah, it's what
you read.
Did you developed it? Did you actually practice trying to get faster at reading, or just?
No, it's just something I've been doing. And then when I started sprinting with people, I was at one point 100 pages per hour, and then I started sprinting, and I discovered that I read 100 pages in 30 minutes.
Wow.
Like, that's when like sprints were starting. I'm like, oh, that's my actual speed now. So
that's cool. I read slower during sprints.
it does depend on if it's nonfiction and deep nonfiction, but typically it's on average. So yeah.
Well, and especially you're so used to reading Agatha Christie's writing. I imagine that helps too. Like the similar writing style probably helps to even speed it up even faster.
Yeah.
22 pages of Hawthorne. I'm sticking with it since my number one library read. Yep, that's a good choice. It's good to get those library books done. Just looked at my bookshelf, and I made a mess of it when I pulled out my top 10.
My shelves are a wreck. Don't worry.
Danielle read 12 in the last time I lied and then started to get sleepy, so I got up and brushed my teeth. That's clever. It's a good way to wake yourself up.
Yeah.
How you liking Last Time I Lied so far, Danielle? I liked that one. Have you read any? Yeah, you did. Have you read all of Riley Sager, Magda?
Yeah, I did last year, I guess, or whenever. They were okay.
Mm-hmm.
They were pretty easy to figure out, I guess, but yeah, they were okay.
He has a new one coming out this summer, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to read any more of his. They're I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I've enjoyed it well enough. I haven't read too many other thrillers, though. I mean, I haven't read too many other thriller books I guess I don't really consider him a horror writer, but I guess he kind of is.
Yeah, it's not. I know they kind of say that it's kind of like a thriller horror.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it leans more that way, but I read more suspense thrillers.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. They're I'm like so into a lot of these others like Dean Koontz and James Rollins and I haven't read too much of Patterson, but I may. Currently reading State of Fear by Michael Crichton. So I'm kind of more into those kind of combination of like science and adventure and suspense and, thriller and, it's kind of,
I was thinking, because Riley Sager was definitely listed as like a horror author, but I was thinking like thrillers that I would think are more horror-ish are like No Exit by Taylor Adams. Like that one I felt like had real horror elements to it, whereas I haven't really felt like Riley Sager's had a lot of horror elements to it. Maybe thriller for sure, but
yeah.
I don't know. I
would agree with that.
Ashley got up to page 59 of Addie LaRue. I think that was 15 pages read. Awesome. I don't know where I picked it up this time. Yeah, I do that sometimes. It's okay. Stacy, 27 pages, and I'm already intrigued. Ooh, wait, what was Stacy reading? Anybody remember?
No.
I don't remember either. Wolf Song by T.J. Klune. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Oops, my dinner arrived 2 minutes in, and we just finished. Not much reading. That's all right. Oops, I just ate dinner, and we didn't read much. It's like the same comment.
I sense a trend here.
Kayla and Ruby, are you guys eating together? Halfway through chapter 5 of Shadow of Night. Are Ruby and I together? You'll never know. See? You guys probably are. Hi, McKenna. Welcome. Glad you're here. What you reading? Betty, I have a reading disability that was not dyslexia, but I was so bad in school, I was in the reading groups with non-native English speakers. Now I'm an English teacher. Life is weird. My pace is okay now. Yeah. I was not a great student, and now I'm becoming a teacher. So sometimes we want to see the change, right? We want to be the change we want to see.
My brother and sister both have dyslexia, so I totally understand that plight of having a learning disability. I was homeschooled with them, so I saw it, and there's no judgment because I'm just really fast, and I totally get that I'm the anomaly in that regard.
It's interesting because I'm actually non-native English, so it's my second language. And when I moved here, I actually didn't speak any English. And I started fourth grade here in America. And by fifth grade, actually, I was reading at above level. And then, it went on from there. So I picked it up pretty quickly, I guess. And we used to have.
Oh, she freeze?
You could go and sit in the reading corner. And so you'd always find me there. I'd always be over there reading. So, yeah.
I just realized McKenna, this is my McKenna from school. So we're going to school together and becoming teachers together. So all of a sudden I just looked at the last name. I was like, oh, that's McKenna. Thank you for coming. And McKenna says, I'm in Canada watching the sunset. I could go get my book from the car. You could, or you can enjoy. It's a beautiful night. So I would enjoy the sunset.
Yes, I'm in BC. So it is a beautiful night. It's cloudy where I am, but yeah.
Is it cloudy there right now?
It's a little bit. It's been raining off and on all day.
Yeah, we had that earlier, and then it's cleared up this afternoon.
Yeah.
Danielle thinks she's liking Last Time I Lied, but still a little early to tell. I loved Home Before Dark, so I'm hoping this one is good for me too. Last Time I Lied was a little more twisty, for sure.
Lock Every Door is my favorite of his. I think it's just the build up towards the end. I know that some people really hate the ending. So if you like the ending or not, that's, I guess, you're loving of the book or not. So
I thought the ending was fun in Lock Every Door.
That's why I like that one the best of the book so far. I read.
I think that was my favorite as well.
Yeah.
Mine was Final Girls, which was not everybody else's favorite, but that was
all good in my opinion. I mean, they were all good mysteries, and they all kept me engaged. So that's good. That's what I want.
Have you read Survive the Night?
I have not yet. It's on my shelves, and I keep meaning to pick it up.
That one is so many people dislike it. And so I'm kind of like,
I have heard that, so I'm scared.
Yeah, I know, me too. I want to read it, but I'm also like, ooh, what did he did something that people were really pissed about. So
maybe we should buddy read it so we can both bite the bullet together.
That's a smart idea. We should do that. Anyone read Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton? Yes. Kind of been curious since seeing the movie. It's more scientific than the movie. There's more scientific elements to it. It goes deeper into the science of creating dinosaurs from. But
a layman can get it. Like, I do not understand science, and I love the book.
Yeah. The book is fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. I love the.
I've never watched the movies either. Like, I still need to. I missed that whole phase in my life.
That first movie is phenomenal. And even now, it holds up. It really holds up, with it, considering that's Mom. Considering how old, it's much older as far as like the CG quality and all that stuff, or the animatronics, it really holds up so well. Just the way they made that movie was incredible. So I think you'll have fun watching it.
I saw the first one. I didn't watch any of the ones after that.
And I still need to read Lost World because that's a duology, and I need to finish that for a series this year that I'm finishing off. So,
yeah, maybe we'll buddy read that one too.
Starting buddy read plans here.
Yeah, I could see that. Let me see. Naomi reads 100 pages in 30 minutes. Amy reads 100 pages in a month.
Yeah.
That could be fun.
Well, during the summer I read more. Yeah, but during the school year, we know better than that. 58 pages of City of Lost Souls for Canadian Dragon. Congratulations. I read Jurassic Park. It's really good. More sciencey than I expected, though. But yeah, I agree. It's a layperson can get it. It's if science is not your focus, but it did have more than the movie did for sure. You'll see a lot less of the the scientific elements of the movie.
But it makes you believe that scientists could actually make dinosaurs come back to life. Like, it makes you believe that's actually reality.
Absolutely. Melissa says, I'm reading Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk for my short story collection for Aurelium. I read about 3 stories and about 25 pages during the sprint. Fantastic. Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk. Is that middle grade? It's gotta be. Did you know that on the Kindle you can put dyslexia font? I use it and it helps. Oh, that's really cool. No, I had no idea.
I haven't heard that. I wonder if my brother uses it, but I don't know. He does do some Kindle reading.
Does he?
My brother is going for his PhD in philosophy and theology.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was never a reader, and then he's now a forever student.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be graduating very soon, though, 2 years from now, but soon.
That's awesome. It is. Hello, welcome. Lock Every Door was definitely my favorite Riley Sager, but never got around to reading any of his others after that, and I doubt I will at this point. Better to go out on a high point. Yeah, I mean, it's iffy. I think that some people really do like Riley Sager and some people don't. And it also, maybe it depends on what kind of thrillers you like and how many thrillers you've read. It's possible.
I read a lot of them, but I don't like solving the mystery. I like to just enjoy the ride. So that's why I'm okay with just being with the formulaic, I guess, story.
Not because you're not trying to.
Typically, I'm not trying to solve it.
Yeah.
And then it's a duology. Jurassic Park is a duology. So 2 books.
Yeah. Lost World was such a disappointment. Oh, no, don't say that.
I have heard that it's like redundant, but I'm like, I still want to finish off the series because people have loved it, even though they say it's redundant. So I'm like, I don't care.
Really?
Yeah, because it's just a repeat essentially of the events. But I'm like, I still want to read it because that was a really good book.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta read it. I still want to. Yeah, and I have to finish the series. I don't. I know it takes me a while to finish a series, but I want to finish series if I start them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm planning a trip to go away alone to a hotel in Pennsylvania to read and go to thrift bookstores. Adult goals. Heck yeah, that's an amazing plan. That is so much fun. Yeah. I like, weekend trips. When I did my romance 48-hour readathon books, like I didn't go far, but I went away for the weekend and just spent the whole weekend reading romance novels, and it was wonderful. It was so much fun. Mom's the same as Naomi. I love to read the mystery, but don't need to try and solve it. Yeah. I sometimes I can't help it.
The only time I try to solve it is typically when I stop because I just read it through. And then I sometimes stop to like go and take a shower. And then I'm in the shower being like, but what if it's this person or that person? And then I get back out of the shower and then I continue reading. And that's when I tried to solve it. But that's about it. When I stop midway, but I don't tend to stop. I like to just read.
Yeah. So as long as you pause.
Exactly.
Just looked at Goodreads and they have adult just looked at on Goodreads and they have adult and it definitely is. Oh, okay. Squirrel and
Chipmunk.
Chipmunk looking for squirrel or something like that.
Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk. Oh, I like dating. Okay. It's a bit weird to me. I'm trying to get books off my way old backlist on Goodreads. Yeah. I have had it on my list since 2012. Yeah, I understand that because I got a lot on my way old. I deleted quite a few of the older ones for sure. Because back then I was running a nonfiction book club and I had put a whole bunch of nonfiction books on there just for options. So when I was putting polls up and stuff like that, I had a whole bunch of different options. And then I was also reading a lot of literary fiction at the time. And I still love literary fiction, but I haven't been reading as much of that lately. But I had put a whole bunch of books on there that I went back and I was like, why on earth did I put this on my TBR? So
That question when you go back, you're like, what?
what was I thinking? Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, I like that one. That's a nice camp vibe. If you like camp books or anything,
yeah,
that's a good one.
I liked Last Time I Lied. I thought that one was a lot of fun. Only I've read The Last Time I Lied. I liked it. Yeah, it's a fun one. I think Lock Every Door was my least favorite. Dun dun dun. Controversy.
Lock Every Door or The Last Time I Lied? Because we just said the Lock Every Door. I thought you just said it was your favorite.
I said I liked it. I did like it. I still gave it at least a 4-star. But I mean, of the ones, like I was ranking
was your favorite then? Because I thought you said that was your favorite before.
No, was Final Girls.
Final Girls was her favorite.
Okay. No, that's a good one too. I think that's a good one as well. It's a good debut novel at the very least. Like some people are like, oh, it's not that good. I'm like, it's a pretty good, like into that genre. That's his first genre book like that.
Yeah. And I think it just hit the things that I liked, like it hit, sometimes you get certain things or certain tropes that you end up realizing you like once you've read it. And I think he just hit the things that I liked a lot with that one. I think it was either Home Before Dark or Lock Every Door. I can't remember. It's been a while since I was ranking them, but I gave them all at least a 4-star. I did really enjoy all of them. That's why I'm so scared to read Survive the Night.
I did. One of my friends did read Survive the Night, and she was like, "Oh, it's amazing!" And I'm like, "You haven't read any other Riley Sagar, so you."
Oh.
I don't know, like what's the scale? Because everyone else has been like, it's the lowest, but she has never read any Riley Sagar before, so I'm like,
interesting.
Someone does think it's good. I know that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what she thinks after reading other ones by him. Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk book is by David Sedaris. Okay, that's definitely adult comedy. Yeah. Ruby says, I think it depends more on the order you read them. I liked the first 2 I read and the rest were meh. Okay, so maybe you liked him in the beginning, but then you started not enjoying him quite as much later on because you felt like it was too formulaic.
Yeah, or maybe it's the certain types because they are all different kinds of genres or different types of pockets maybe of the mystery genre or the suspense genre.
Yeah, I think the first 2 were Final Girls and the second one was Last Time I Lied, right?
First one, was Final Girls and then Last Time I Lied and then
Lock Every Door. Yeah, and Home Before Dark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his style is pretty much the same. So, you kind of can figure things out pretty quickly once you understand his style. Mm-hmm. There wasn't a whole lot of, to me anyway, a whole lot of mystery to it. After I read like the first 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I could see that. I was kind of the same. Afterwards, I were kind of like, meh.
Just wasn't for you, yeah.
Yeah.
Leanna says, Squirrel Meets Chipmunk is by David Sedaris. His work is often edgy, dark humor. Yeah, I haven't read anything by David Sedaris, but he's pretty popular among his fans. Is he only a writer? Do you know?
I haven't heard of him.
Or comedian? Okay. I've never read him. I don't know. I did not know this. Highly doubt I will read him again. Okay, so not for Melissa either. It's good to know.
There's so many authors out there too. Like you don't have to read all the popular ones, like all the craze, because there's some really well-known, or not well-known, like really well-done, lesser-known authors. I'm trying to say that.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I mean, with the amount of books that I listen to, I'm going back, to stuff like in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s and finding all sorts of, authors all over the place. And they may not even be writing anymore, but, there's some great content out there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we do get stuck, especially on BookTube, with what we're comfortable, or what we see. Not even we're comfortable. That's not the right word. It's more like what we see, and so we're influenced really easily not easily, but we're influenced because we see people talking about these books. And we're like, oh, that sounds exciting.
Right.
But they're talking about a lot of the same authors.
And most of it is also, the new stuff coming out or stuff that, is fairly recent. A lot of the booktubers, at least that I've been seeing, they do kind of cover the same books, and they're all, publishing this year, last year, the year before, maybe 2019, but you don't see them really going back, much further back than that.
Yeah, I think I do a fairly good I definitely don't read a lot of new books, so.
I like to follow a lot of I follow a lot of everything basically, but I follow a lot of classic readers. So they don't talk about a lot of modern work. They talk about a lot of 1800s stuff. So I hear a lot of those names, and those are really cool to hear. And then I'm like, those are names I recognize in bookstores and stuff. So that's fun to see. But yeah, it's really interesting what you get influenced by, what you're watching, and then how that dictates what you pick up or what you are noticing in stores. So I like to just kind of browse and then not be influenced by what I see covers wise. I'm like, oh, I know that cover, but this looks interesting, so I'm going to try that one instead.
Well, and I have to say, especially once I was retired and was home and all I could really do was listen to books. Obviously my amount increased, and it really helped. I had asked Amy, give me some recommendations, and then she kind of turned me on to BookTube, and in that sense, I've really expanded what I've read. I read so much more diversely now than I used to. So in that sense, it's really cool. It's really good.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's really good for that, because there's so many booktubers out there, and there's so many new people to discover all the time, and there's so many different themes that different booktubers base their channel around. So it's a lot of fun to kind of start finding little niches as well. Yeah.
Very true.
Leanna says, LOL, he's not for everyone. That's for sure. There are quite a few crude ones in that selection. Yeah, that's what I've heard a bit about David Sedaris. It's kind of like Nora Roberts. She has a style. I've stopped reading books by her unless they are paranormal. Yeah, Nora Roberts has a style. I still really like her, but, that's the way that she's able to stay so prolific, I think, is being able to stick with, expand herself, but still stick with what works for her, so that she can put so many books out every year.
Well, like Shell mentioned last night, her last couple of years, or her last couple of trilogies, have really kind of slowly progressed. First, she started dabbling around with witchcraft and what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, and then from there, she's kind of gone into more magic realism and fantasy and dystopian, and so she's really kind of changing her style right now, or the last couple of years. So that makes those really interesting as well.
Fun to see an author grow a bit and change what they're doing. Yeah. I managed to guess what was happening in Lock Every Door early-ish, but in a way that was oh, it would be great if it went like this. Oh my God, it's really happening. Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, and it's just being excited about it. I've been in a huge reading slump until COVID forced me to buy a Kindle. Also, the Kindle helped you a lot. I could see that. And, I think a lot of people did. And then COVID was a good place to really get back into. I was talking to one of our local used bookstore guys, and he said that COVID was the best thing. And this sounds terrible. It's terrible in general. He was it's the best business I've ever had in my whole entire book, selling career, because everybody was reading again.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah. Melissa enjoys my channel because you don't read everything that is current. I get to hear books that I may have missed and would never have heard of. Good. I'm glad that is helpful, because I like to read a variety, and there are so many books on my TBR, like you were saying, from 2000 and whatever that I need to get to, or 2007, 2013, 20 something like that. So, because there's so much content out there. There's so many good things to read. All right, are we ready for another sprint?
Yeah.
Okay. Another 45 minutes. Does that sound good?
Sounds good. So till the 30-minute mark?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you, Naomi, for helping me with the math.
Well, yesterday my brain would not compute math. I couldn't even count to 14. I was trying to figure out reading segments for a read-along, or for Better Read in May. And I was like, I think this is 14 total amounts, but I might be wrong. And now I'm like, okay, I got math back.
Today's the
work
math
week
day.
ruined my brain.
I understand that completely. I resemble that remark, because that's been me A
I was
lot.
like, I don't know if this is 14 numbers or not, but it might be. I can't even count anymore.
It's rough. It's really rough. Okay, so we will be sprinting until 30. And happy sprinting, everyone.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Hello.
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 How'd it go, everyone?
I finished.
You did? Awesome. How was it?
Awesome.
Good. I was like, I need to get this done, so I did. It was good.
Good for you.
I noticed a lot of Agatha Christie's footprints for later books in there, so it's interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah, a lot of names, a lot of kind of familiar setups for future books. So I'm not going to spoil any of them, but it's interesting. So.
I'm really happy that I didn't ruin your streak.
Thank you.
You
I was very happy with you when I found out the prompt. I was like,
You could make it work.
Yes.
How'd it go, Magda?
Another 15%. It's going good.
Nice. It's awesome. I think I only did 14. That one I was eating, and it was more. I finished off the pizza. No more pizza now. I could finally be getting tired of it, I think.
Yeah. I have pizza sometimes, and like I order and I live by myself, so I just have a big pizza for myself, and I figure why not? It's more cost efficient.
Yeah.
And then I bring it to daycare for lunch, and the kids are like, "You're having pizza again?" Stop shaming me. Pizza 2 or 3 days in a row.
I like pizza.
Like, I know it's just eating healthy for you guys. I eat good stuff.
I swear, I do too. But not this weekend, apparently.
Yeah.
No, but it's good. It's so cute so far. It's really fun. Like, this is a fun read. And I think I'm gonna like the tension between the love interests. I think it's gonna be fun, good fun tension build up. Like it's gonna be a cute one. The comedy is it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. It's a little bit witty and definitely cute though. So we'll see.
Good.
I probably will take it on my library soon, but I bet there's a long hold list, so I'm not going to be in a rush out to buy it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's a booktube baby. It's one of those really popular ones, so everybody's been reading it lately, so it makes sense that it would be probably pretty busy at the library.
Yeah, and Book of the Month is not in Canada, so I'm like, I would love those kind of ones, but...
Oh, they're not?
Nope, not for Canada. They're only for the U.S. and I looked into it, only for the U.S. and for people serving in the military overseas for the U.S.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So people serving in the military overseas, so if you were an American serving in the military, serving in Canada, you could, but.
Oh, that's funky.
I know. Not like we have Americans serving in Canada for the military, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. No. I know what you mean. That they don't offer it. You guys are right there. Like you're skipping a jump away.
I know. Everyone's like, these Book of the Month picks. I'm like, they look so good.
Yeah.
I wish I could get them.
I always think it's kind of strange that they partner with a lot of UK booktubers when they don't have it in the UK.
I know. I've seen that.
Yeah, that is strange. That is strange.
I know. I'm like, they can't, but they get them as, to be able to market them, but they don't actually get to, nobody in the UK actually gets to, in Canada, nobody gets to buy it. It does seem a little strange. Kimberly said, today was my highest page day of April, 195 pages.
Woohoo!
I read 132 pages today, so probably my highest of April.
Good job. That's a good job, Amy.
Yeah, it was a good day. I got 7% of my book, but had to drive myself home now. If y'all are still on in 35 minutes, okay, we'll probably see you back in 35 minutes, Kayla. Canadian Dragon had to go to sleep. Amberjen got 20 pages through, had to make dinner. Yep, it's dinner time for some of us. Up to 45% in Hawthorne Legacy. How are you liking it so far, Kimberly? What'd you think about it, Magda?
It was good. It had some unexpected twists and turns, and those made it, much more interesting. So yeah, overall it was really good. I enjoyed it.
How much did you like the Inheritance Games, the first one?
About the same, I guess. So I think I rated both of them, I don't know, somewhere between 3.75 and 4, something like that. So yeah.
So a lot of fun, but not 5-star winners for you.
Then no, not for me. They weren't 5-star, but they were good. They, I definitely enjoy them. So
have you read either of those, Naomi?
No, but I want to. I think I'm not typically a YA reader. I never have. Even when I was that age range, I was like, I'd rather skip straight from like middle grade to adults because I'm like over the teenage drama, even when I was that age. But I have been interested in that series and a few other series that are also YA, but that one in particular because it seems to me kind of Agatha Christie-esque. I've heard it a lot described like Knives Out, which is very much like an Agatha Christie plot. So that's why it's intriguing to me.
So I enjoy the mystery portion of it. But you're right, the YA angst, it's like, you could just cut that up for me. I don't need that. But the rest of it, the mystery of it all and figuring it all out, that was good.
Naomi, you absolutely loved A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, right? That series?
I did.
Yeah. So what made that one different? I'm just curious, like without spoiling it, because I'm really interested in reading that one, but everybody loves that one. I haven't heard anybody say anything bad. So I'm curious what makes that one so different.
Well, for me, I hate angst, and it's like just the typical boring teenage drama. I'm like, let's just get to the good plot kind of thing. Like I'm very much a plot-driven reader, and I know that about myself. And this book or that book series was very much, it had the characters and they were all the teenage age, but they were also kind of at the top end of their high school years. So they weren't dealing so much with that drama. And it really focused on Pip and her high school project. So she wasn't like worried about her friends and she wasn't like, those were all kind of there, but she was more so focused on the project as trying to figure out what happened with that cold case / resolved case, but she's not sure if that was ever resolved. So she's trying to go through all the evidence, and it's not so much about, the drama of, but she likes him, but he doesn't like her and all those things.
Yeah.
More about the actual crime happening and then the people she was meeting surrounding that crime. Okay. So that's kind of what the more focus was. And then the books definitely progressed through that. And they more focused on the current events of each book. And each book really does focus on a certain crime element. And it's about her having essentially a true crime podcast through the second book. And then the third book, I can't really talk about it all because of just how it progresses. But it really is all one big circle of information. Like book 1, sentence 1 has been planned out from like book 3. Like the whole thing is a circle of stuff. So it's just incredible.
I really want to read or listen to it, but I haven't been able to find it on audio at all.
Oh, really?
So, I really recommend it. And if you do like physically read it, they have a lot of the mixed media. I think my library has audiobooks of it, so they are available. But the audio has like full cast, and then the physical books have some like trials transcripts later in the second book for certain reasons. And then they also sometimes have pictures of evidence and stuff like that, so you can see other mixed media.
There is a bit of mixed media.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a very cool format.
I'm so excited. I want to read that one. I just, that series, it sounds like a lot of fun. And I would like to get a little more into, mysteries in general. Like I told you, I picked up an Agatha Christie recently, so I'm going to not read it. I didn't read it. I purchased one. So I'm like excited to finally try an Agatha Christie because I do like mystery. I just haven't found anything I've loved yet.
Well, I was reading it with someone else, a buddy read, and neither of us were able to pinpoint all the details in either, like all 3 books. We were just on the edge of our seat for all 3 books. We could not wait. And by book 3, we were like, let's plan out our buddy read schedule. We're like, let's just read and check in every 7 chapters because we're not going to plan out to read this over 7 days. That's a ridiculous plan by then. We know this. We're not going to be doing that anymore.
Because you were just so into it.
We would just stop reading after 7 chapters, send our messages, and continue reading 7 chapters. We wouldn't just wait the next day. We couldn't.
Right.
Yeah, that especially in a mystery or when you're getting to that point where you're just like, you don't want to stop.
Well, every chapter ends on a cliffhanger, so you cannot.
Oh, okay.
Chapter.
That's cool to know. Okay.
With books like that, I tend not to sleep at all. I just, read all through the night and all through the day until it's done. So
yeah, those are fun ones. Those are really fun ones. Books that you can't put down.
Mm-hmm.
Amy's turned us on mute.
I definitely continued reading earlier on because we're sprinting. I'm like, I have to finish the 8 pages.
Gotta get through it. Yeah, I understand that. I fully support that. choice. Shell finally finished season 1 of Heartstopper and The Hope of Elantris. Mom better get to her Hope of Elantris. She'll get to it. She'll get to it soon. 41 pages on, so see, I told you you're going to get through that one, Mom. Is it really a Kylo Ren retelling?
I read it.
Oh, she read Hope of Elantris. So apparently, I think because the main guy character is seen as this bad guy, within the department, he's not a bad guy, but he's this really harsh dude who has a strong personality, and then I can see the Ren. She has lost basically everybody in her life or something. She's alone in her life. And so I guess I can see some of the retelling elements of it. And I don't think those are spoilery things because they're right at the beginning. And I guess the way they describe them, they sound kind of like Kylo Ren. Or at least he sounds kind of like Kylo Ren. So it's hard to say yet because I'm not too far in, but I'll let you know, Kimberly, if it really starts feeling like a Kylo Ren Rey retelling.
Well, sometimes things like that are fan fiction then turn into real novels. Mm-hmm. Twilight was a fan fiction based on Pride and Prejudice.
Was it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And then 50 Shades of Grey was a fan fiction based on Twilight.
I think I knew that.
But I mean, then if you want to go by extension, 50 Shades of Grey is a Pride and Prejudice retelling or whatever.
Because of
real extension there, but
yeah.
But, so everything is kind of those things are pretty common, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, maybe a nod to it. But I remember them this being touted as a Kylo Ren Rey retelling, and or not retelling, but fan fiction, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tony finished a short story I needed as a last thing for William. Awesome. Then I did the random number generator and got to page 38 of the Newbery winner, King of the Wind by Marguerite Henry. I haven't heard of that one. Have anybody heard of that one?
No.
There's so many books in the world. I'm sometimes I know, sometimes nope.
I know a lot more, when people say, oh, I'm reading this or I've read that. I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard that, or at least I've heard of the authors, but definitely expanding my knowledge of books, which is helpful for trivia.
Agreed. I listening in last night, I was like, y'all were talking about so many books or authors. I'm like, yeah, I've not heard of that one yet. Nope, don't know that one.
Yeah, it's fun to, and through these sprints, often I've been getting a lot of recommendations, especially audiobooks. I've gotten a lot of audiobook recommendations through these sprints, and that's been really nice because that's about all I've been able to do lately. And so it's fun to have my little list and just, my audiobooks aren't on my TBR typically, so I can just kind of play around with those and mood read audiobooks, which is nice. Mom says the main male character is half white, half Apache, and this is 1954, so there's definitely prejudice. So sounds like a tough book, considering it's supposed to be a romance.
That's hard.
And Shell is watching Heartstopper. Only 7 more minutes of my book. Feels good. Awesome. Great job, Ruby. Decided to use the break between sprints to watch the show. Do you like it? Watched it twice. Yeah, it did. Maybe a little more than the books because it's fleshed out things more. Mom finished Hopeful Interest and hope to read The Emperor's Soul next. Oh, they're having their...
Chatting back and forth.
Shell said, she's talking about the love hypothesis. I heard that it was kind of a fan fiction thing, other than the descriptions, though it really didn't see it. Yeah, so I can see the descriptions. Huh?
I was going to say fan fiction of what?
So Kylo Ren and Rey from the more recent trilogy of Star Wars.
Oh, okay. I didn't read those, so okay.
Yeah, and so the descriptions make sense, and then the personality of the characters makes sense for those two characters and some of their situations in life, as far as why the author used those characters as representatives of, or used those fan fiction and then turned them into these characters. But I'm sure, like you said, Naomi, it's going to take its own life. Take a life of its own.
Mm-hmm.
King of the Wind is old and from 1948, also middle grade, about a horse.
So modern classic.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you consider modern classic?
I consider anything from like 1900, like after the Victorian era, to like 1950s, 1960s.
Not even the 70s?
Sometimes 70s, depending on the author.
Mm-hmm.
It depends. Like Agatha Christie, I consider all of her work modern classics. It just depends on which it is. And it's strange to think now, like sometimes it's like, oh, that's so far away, or that's like, the 80s aren't that far away, but now it's like, actually that's 40 years ago now. So
I know, that's cool.
Modern classics when you think about like those books. So it kind of gets messy. So everyone has their own definition. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it just depends. I know Margaret Atwood's considered a modern classics writer, and she's still alive and writing. So. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I have a hard time, with like books like from the 80s, considering those are classics. As I graduated high school in the 80s and was reading those as, contemporary.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Matter of perspective makes a difference for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I would agree, and I think it would also depend on the type of, the book as well, the type of book it is, what kind of impact it had, what kind of, like, was it this book that caused a lot of commentary or things going on at the time that it was released, and, how did it affect the literature, the world of literature, that kind of stuff I tend to think about when it comes to modern classics too.
It's a very difficult thing to describe, and a lot of people have a trouble with it. I know that May of the Moderns is coming up. Like it's a readathon for May, and it's going to be set like books between 1900 and 1950. It's like it's a distinct 50-year gap. So that's their definition, but I consider books that are after 50 as well.
Yeah. Yeah. The 80s was 40 years ago again. Or ouch. Yeah, we know.
Trust me, I know.
I remember reading a book that was like, I think it was set in 1991, and it was like, this book is historical fiction. And it's like, I know, I was born in 92. I am not historical fiction.
What I find interesting, especially reading like the mystery and suspense books or novels, is books that are set before 2001 and that are, written after. They're completely different.
Yeah.
So it's weird to go back to, books that were written in the 90s, and you're like, whether it has to do with smoking or, with other, political things, or going through the airport, all of those kind of things. It's like our world is so different now that it's kind of weird to read those books. I have to remember, okay, when was this written and published?
Even cell phones, like completely different world when you're reading a book that's before a certain time and being like, oh, they could just Google it. No, they can't.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, Oh, don't they have their cell phone? They could just, oh, wait
You
a
can't just
minute.
call the police right now? No.
Yeah, no. And then
Google
it's
Maps
like
it?
they're talking about going to payphones. I'm like, when was the last time I saw a payphone somewhere? They're
Very rarely, and they're not usually working if you see them.
what's going
Time has definitely changed, and it's strange to read books through different time eras.
Yeah, and it's also strange to remember the way time has changed. Like, I am so used to the technology I've become used to now, but I know that I used to have to wait to go home to listen to my voice messages at home because we didn't have cell phones. I used to have to wait for dial-up on my computer, and then, or even before that, like, there was no internet when I was really little. And so it's just so funny to see the way things have changed and to see how quickly I've adapted to the way things are now, because it's much easy, because it's easy for me to forget what it was like when I was younger. Which I think
I remember when I only just spent 30 minutes a day on the internet as a teenager, because that's my parents put the limit 30 minutes a day, and that was it. And I never went over it. And I'm like, now it's totally abnormal.
Well, Magda's internet must have popped out or something. Yeah, I remember not getting, not ever having navigators wherever you went. You had to just look it up beforehand or use actual maps, or it was pretty crazy. But I forgot about it. I haven't forgot about it, but it was very easy for me to forget about it nowadays.
Well, I heard someone talking about it, and they're like, you don't recognize the change when you're living it. But when people ask you, you're like, it's always like, I used to live it, but I don't remember the change. And then you hear people who come out of prison after 60 years or something. And then they're like, what is this new world we're living in where they're wearing headphones in their ears? It's like, that's something that they never saw.
Yeah.
It's like, that just shocks me every time. I'm like, wow, the world really has changed drastically, even 10 years.
Isn't that incredible? I think it's incredible. It's incredible. It's just so interesting how and then maybe that is why literature has changed so much, because our technology has changed so much, and the things that we use as references for different stories and stuff like that have changed. And like Magda was saying, the political climate, the different things have changed within our countries, and it changes everything within a book.
Mm-hmm. Completely.
And even the way that people are writing books or the choices they're making for books.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All are important.
Yeah. Tony has a long-term goal to read all the Caldecott and Newbery winners. Those are middle grade.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. I read a lot of winners for, I think it was the Caldecott picture book winners for my picture book thingy. And it was interesting to see which ones I actually didn't like that one. I was
winners aren't always winners in the eyes of the public.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. Wants to forget dial-up.
Yeah.
And even LGBTQ rep, that seems to be a recent change. Yes, there's a lot of the diversity rep that has been a big change in literature, and which is a great change. It's an amazing change, but it's unfortunately it's very recent.
Mm-hmm. Sorry to ruin your night.
You have more books to read. You can't go to bed.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I hope you're okay, Amy, because it's hard when you get to a book that, the end of a book and it just destroys you.
Yeah.
Maps, what are those? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I do like maps, but it's we don't need them anymore as far as navigation.
Amazing Race people do. Amazing Race people do, because they're not allowed their phones.
Good point. It's good to have that skill. It's always good to have that skill.
Yeah.
Dial-up. Mine instantly started hearing those sounds. Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Not trying to cause PTSD. Favorite thing was called Movie Phone. Yes. Did you have Movie Phone up there, Naomi?
I don't remember. I was born 1992, so I don't remember.
I think Movie Phone was still kind of, well, you might have been young. I know you're not as old as me, but I feel like they still had movie phone.
I was pretty sheltered too.
Okay.
To be completely frank, I was pretty sheltered. Didn't hate it at all, but yeah.
Movie phone was where you'd call. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, you would call the. Am I wrong, Kimberly? Wasn't movie phone where you would call, and they would tell you what movies are playing for each of the like the movie theaters, and it would like actually. Maybe I'm wrong.
I did go to the movie theaters. I did go to movies.
Okay.
But I never called. No.
Because you would call and it would just tell you about all the movies and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Over the phone. Because they didn't have internet. So you had to call and hear about all the listings.
They probably did have that here.
Spending hours on the landline phone with my friends after school, and now I'm like, please don't call, just text. I'm still a phoner. I mean, a caller. Because I'm a lazy texter, to be honest. Most of the time, I'll be texting my friends, and then I just call them, and I say, okay, my fingers fell off. I couldn't stand texting anymore.
I prefer calling because at least you can hear the intonations of someone's voice, and you don't just like have the words. Sometimes it's just hard to get a good message across without sounding blunt, because I tend to be blunt.
Okay, so then the texts don't come across as you might want them to be. That's a good point too, because texting comes across differently.
Yes.
Tony Weller, I have the same long-term goal. I'm currently reading The Last Quintista. Oh, I've heard that. I love the cover of that book. That book is so beautiful. I almost wanted to pick it up when I went to a bookshop recently because it's just so pretty. That would have been a cover buy. But it got good reviews, so it wouldn't have just been a cover buy. Let's see. Mom hasn't owned a landline for a century. Not quite that long.
I think it existed too long ago, past the century.
I read Little House in the Big Woods, Animal Companion, and reading the second book, Farmer Boyflower, on the cover by Laura Ingalls Wilder. Fantastic. Have you read that?
Oh, very good series. Yeah, I reread it. I mean, it does have very interesting racial terms, and like you have to kind of take those off and be like, yeah, this is written in 1930s, and you just kind of gotta roll with that. But I like the series a lot.
Yeah,
as long as you don't read the last book, that gets depressing.
Oh, really?
It's the first 4 years when Laura gets married.
Okay.
Not very happy first 4 years.
Oh, well, that's sad.
It's very hard for first 4 years. So
yeah. Okay.
Good
to know. Magda's having tech issues. Sorry, Magda. My son was teasing me today for liking gay romances so much despite all my physical books being straight ones. I have to point out that when I was buying physical ones, things weren't as diverse. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's a much more recent, it is much more recent as far as the diversity, and the depth of diversity is just increasing exponentially over the last 5 years. There's so much more now than there was even 5 years ago. Or at least it's even becoming more, highlighted by, the nice thing about the booktube community is there's so many people talking about different types of books and getting these authors' voices out there, which I think is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
You go, Nicole. You did good. You guys are making me feel all this dirt. No, Janet, no. You are not. Once again, still waiting for my library hold for that one. I'm looking forward to it. La Quintista. Oh, that one looks so pretty. I use the check newspaper for movie times. Yep, I remember that too. I did that as well. But I remember calling the theaters mostly. No, Janet, I'm older than dirt. Was born in 1953. You're not older than dirt. Like 1-800 number, and they gave you your zip code, and then you gave your zip code. Okay, so it was what I was thinking. How about calling popcorn? Yes, I tried calling popcorn recently to see if it would give me the time, and it no longer works. Sad to say. So you used to call.
The phone you're calling on has the time on it.
Yeah, well, I was just curious because it was a thing for so long.
funny.
Dang, Naomi, you just burst my bubble.
They're like, you should just look at the screen.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yeah. Well, I did try it though recently. I was just curious because it was so strange that for so many years popcorn, you just had to dial popcorn and you got the time. And I was just curious if somebody had just left it running or like they were like, oh, we'll just leave it on because there's no reason to not keep it going. And it's no longer a thing. It's not a very important thing, but
It's a thing.
Yeah. All right, we're at 10. Should we do another sprint?
Sure. I'm gonna pick up my new book, so I'm still interested.
Oh yeah, let's pick that first.
Yeah, it's called 22 Murders. It's about mass killing, or massacre that happened in Nova Scotia. I never heard about it in April 2020.
Oh wow!
And it was like a really hushed up thing, early COVID time.
Oh my god!
It's like 600 pages. But I was like,
in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, massive killing, and I'm like, that is something I never ever heard about. And you'd think it hit the news, but it didn't. So I am very curious.
Yeah, that sounds like it'll scare your boyfriend, your sister's boyfriend.
Well, they're both married now, so they've officially passed all the tests. But any guy who gets involved with me, you better watch out.
Cannibals, 22 Murders in Nova Scotia.
Well, the reason I had to listen to that book at home was because I couldn't listen to it at work with the kids. I would put on more audiobooks with the kids, and I would all I could listen to was I don't know, Charlotte's Web or Winnie the Pooh. I couldn't put on any other books because I couldn't risk it, not even classics. And I had this only on audiobook. So I had to listen to it at home, and unfortunately it happened to be the one night.
It was that guy's fault, to be honest. It really was. His fault.
It was just really funny. I never even realized what I was listening to, and that's the most hilarious part of it.
It's amazing. Okay, let's go for 45. I like 45.
Sounds good.
And it's a nice even number, not even, but like a whole half hour or quarter hour thing I can.
Yes. I get what you're saying.
Figure out the math is what I meant.
I get what you're saying.
Okay, well, happy sprinting, everybody. I hope you make it far.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
How'd it go?
I didn't really read. I actually realized I had to edit a video and get it up for tomorrow morning, a little announcement video. So I was editing that and uploading it, and the description box took a little bit of work. So
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I've got to edit my Sunday Sum Up, but I can't do both. I don't think my computer would handle it.
Mine's thankfully like 5 minutes of a clip.
Oh, good.
Yeah. It's up and ready for 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Mm-hmm. I won't spoil it now because
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
I'm not the only one posting about it, but
Oh. Well, let's see. What do we got?
very similar to last year's summer, maybe I'll say.
Oh. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
I know. Let's just find out tomorrow morning. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out tomorrow morning. That's exciting. That's really exciting. I love announcements. It's always fun to see what people are doing and coming up with.
Mm-hmm. It'll be good.
Yes. Kayla's starting Love Hypothesis. Somebody's reading Love Hypothesis with me. That's exciting. Paige is home from graduation. How was graduation? Paige walked today. Or is it today, Paige? Or tomorrow? It's today. Graduation lunch. It's got to be today. Let's see. Natalie is back, and so is the stray cat my dad said got eaten by coyotes. Oh, that's good.
Where's the cat's back?
It didn't actually get eaten by coyotes. I am enjoying it so far. It is a lot of fun. It's so cute. I mean, it's just fun. Like, this is what I should be reading right now. I should just be reading romances because this is what feels good at the moment.
I'm a firm believer in whatever you feel like reading, you should read. Then you don't go into slumps or anything.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, this is a lot of fun right now. It's exactly what I've been needing lately. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got another 38% through. Awesome. Oh, what'd you end up feeling about it, Shell?
The sweat on the forehead might be something.
Have you ever read that Shatter Me series by...
No, it sounds too angsty for my liking. Yeah. I was never someone who liked angst. Like, even as a teenager, I was very much a cut and dry person. And so when my friends would be like, all that angst, I was like, whatever. And then my friend I was talking to, I don't know, like a year or so ago, they were like, that's normal. And I'm like, I guess I was strange because I never liked that. I was not that kid.
Yeah. I definitely had angst in my life. Shell. Shell.
I mean, I had drama, but I wasn't like that angsty person who would just like drag it out forever. I would just say it and be done.
Yeah, I hear you. Are you here?
I'm back.
Welcome back. You made it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
Technical difficulties. I get it. My internet's been a little slow tonight too. So I have 8 pages left in my book. Awesome, Janet. Hope you get those finished quick.
I don't think Shell likes you very much according to her last comment.
She will love me no matter what. Till the end of time. Okay, listen, I listened to a chapter of Artemis Fowl and then got 5% into the Love Hypothesis. Awesome. That's fantastic. Got to page 72 in King of the Wind, but got ready for bed too, so didn't read the whole time. That's nice. Bedtime still feels like it's a long ways away. 42 pages, and now the main male character is reading too, so it's definitely a bookish book. Guess there isn't much else to do in the old Wild West.
Yeah, they didn't have TV or anything.
I can't wait to hear what you think about Gone with the Wind. I know that's not Wild West, but I'm,
I did make a very detailed vlog about my immediate thoughts. So I will be doing I think I lost a few subscribers over that.
Oh.
Oh, no.
I definitely have a few dislikes on that video for sure.
Oh, did I not see that yet? Oh my God, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Oh no!
I was so confused with the comments that I had my cousin Megan, who made YouTube videos before, but now she's too busy with school. I was like, can you watch this like now or like tomorrow before I like make it private so I can know if it's like bad or not? And she's like, no, you did a very good job of walking the line between racial content and literary merit. Like, okay, because I thought I did, but people in the comments did not make me feel that way.
Interesting. Okay.
So, yeah. It's an interesting book. It brings up some strong emotions, I think, in people.
I guess so. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why I've always been kind of hesitant. But actually, no, I don't know. For some reason, that book just doesn't appeal to me that much. But, yeah. Okay.
It was good. It was good in a lot of areas. It was very well written. But I have a lot of negative thoughts about, obviously, the racist comments.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Understandably. Yeah. That's going to be really difficult. Yeah, but I'm surprised.
On my blog.
Surprised people are
going to watch it.
I know. It's a 4-star rated book on Goodreads. It has a rating of 4 stars.
Yeah.
Average wise. Like,
yeah.
Interesting. Anyway.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Just saw prompt 3 now. Good. Hope you have found something or will find something that will work for you. Shell hates me. Yeah, that's right. Welcome back, Magda. Welcome back, Magda.
Thank you.
Shell says I have no choice. It was written in our contract. Yes, she's stuck with me forever. I'm stuck with her forever. And that is the way the contract's been written.
We don't have to like each other, right?
Nope,
we love each other. We don't have to like each other all the time.
That's right. We like each other most of the time. Let's see. Reading a graphic memoir called The World Beyond My Shadow. It's about life with autism, Asperger's. Okay. Graphic memoir. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Those have become more popular recently, graphic memoirs.
I think I've read 1 or 2. I remember reading one about someone's wedding day or like how to make their wedding. I was like, this is kind of, I mean, it might be interesting to someone who wants to make their wedding, but I was like, not for me. But I mean, they are becoming more popular. It
really was just about somebody's wedding or making their wedding?
It was about a cartoon, like, so she's a graphic novel maker. Like I don't know if she's an illustrator or she just like does it all or whatever, but she basically made it about how she made her wedding from the beginning to the end.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. That's exactly it. I was like, all right, moving on.
Melissa says, I'm almost done with Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk, but cannot keep my eyes open. It's nearly 2 a.m. Yeah, that's late. I'm going to head to bed. I hope you all have a wonderful night and great tomorrow. Yes, same to you, Melissa. Get some rest.
Good night.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, night. We've got 100 pages of Conjuring of Light to go.
Well, you can't quit now then. It's only 100 pages.
Exactly.
That's V.E. Schwab, right?
Yes, I think that is V.E. Schwab. I haven't read that one. I've only read one V.E. Schwab, which was Addie LaRue.
Mm-hmm. So. I'm really interested in that series, The Conjuring of Light. I think I would like the synopsis, but it's one of those ones that also gets really mixed reviews. But that doesn't mean
book club might be reading that one in the future. I don't know.
Have you read that one, Magda? Or have you read any V.E. Schwab?
I think doesn't she do that? Oh God, where there's like a red world, a black world, a white world.
That's that one.
That's that one, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I've read, I think, the first 2 of that one.
Okay.
But other than that, I haven't read anything.
Okay. Yeah. Did you like them?
Yeah, I did. They're not exceptional or anything, but they were good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that premise for some reason. I just think it's interesting. So I'd like to check that out at some point, but not in a rush. I need to read Addie LaRue because I've had that on my physical TBR for quite a while. So that's first. That takes precedent.
I had the push of a book club reading That's what I have. I have tons of books on my shelves, and then book club's like, we're going to read that. And I'm like, okay, now I actually have to read my book that I own. I need a due date, essentially, or like a homework date.
It does help. It definitely does help. Kind of. It's been hard for me with this term has been hard for me. Getting anything done has been really hard for me lately. So, I was making really good progress on Ship of Destiny, and then it just basically all my readings fell to the wayside recently. So, that's a bummer. But usually book clubs are really nice for that, or read-alongs or things like that, because you have like a due date when you have to get it all done, and it feels good to, stay on top of it. And also, I always love book clubs because sometimes you do read things that are out of what you wouldn't necessarily have picked yourself.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be really fun. It can be really fun, well, interesting, sometimes not in a good way, but then sometimes you end up finding books that you would never have expected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's good for variety.
Yeah.
When we were picking our new book club books for the next year, we basically all put in our votes for the book club kits, and I was having a little petty moment where we have some book club members who are, most of them are great, but we have one or two who are like really on the, like, I'm not going to be mean and be like they're old, but they're like very mentality is like read a novel kind of mentality. So I'm like, I think we should read a graphic novel. So we have a few books that are graphic novels. So we're reading a graphic novel, graphic novel memoir, and we're going to be reading that for one of our book club kits. And so I was kind of being like, you guys are going to try something new.
It's forcing them out of their comfort zone.
Kind of, but I think it'll be great. I think it'll be lots of fun to try something new as a book club and have them try something new, but also have everyone else discussing. I think it's Persophiles?
Oh, yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
We're reading that one for our book club graphic novel month, which will be fun. Yeah. I think it'll be a really interesting discussion. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And those memoirs like that, especially those historical memoirs, are really good for conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Really good for conversations. And I mean, then you get to talk about the art too. You have more to talk about than just, you can talk about the story, but then you also get to talk about the different elements to it and their experience. Like they get to tell you how
change
they got
medium, all those things. Really good.
Yeah, it's been interesting for Mom reading graphic novels. It's grown on her, but it's taken a while because, it's different. It's a completely different medium.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why I kind of was sneaky and pushed it in. Most of the people are really accommodating and adaptable, but we have at least one who was like, no, we're not doing Facebook meetings. And it's like, well, everyone else is on Facebook, so we're doing Facebook meetings during COVID. So I was kind of being mean to her, but I'm like, you can read a graphic novel. It'll be fine.
Well, hopefully it'll change your mind,
I hope so.
Yeah, because that'll be fun. Like, it'll be cool if she's willing to expand herself a little bit.
I hope so. I like to make people try new things, and then maybe they like them, and maybe they don't, but that's okay. We try new things.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it's about, is trying it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, then that's okay, but at least you tried it, and you can say definitively, okay, I did try it, wasn't for me. Or, sometimes it takes a couple to really decide if you like something, and even that in general.
I don't read a lot of graphic novels, but I love graphic novels that are classics, retellings. Like,
what else have you read?
I have tons of graphic novel retellings that I've read from my library. They're wonderful. I have no desire to read Moby Dick, the novel, after reading the graphic novel version, because now I know the full story, and I have no desire to pick up the 500-page book of it.
Unnecessary. Yeah, I hear you.
It's kind of like reading Cliff Notes.
Yeah. It's just another medium to read a classic. And that's what I enjoy reading, of classics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that's cool. I have seen a couple of those. I've never read any of them. I should pick some up. I think that'd be fun.
Libraries have tons of them.
Good. That's good. I'm going to have to check some of them out. How much do they
actually are there?
How much they actually, well, yeah, how much they actually abridge it, though. I'm curious, like, what's included in those kind of.
The Moby Dick one was quite a thick graphic novel, so it's quite a substantial one. And then I have the Great Gatsby one that I purchased, and it's pretty comprehensive of the story as well. So a lot of them that I have read the full-length novel and the actual graphic novel itself, they're pretty good. They're pretty good on the actual comparing or adaptation, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Getting all the details in or getting the important stuff in.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a big difference sometimes with graphic novels for me. I think when I've had issues with graphic novels, it was because the way it was laid out was too choppy for me. You know, there wasn't enough of a flow, which I know is a very different, you know, graphic novels are very different. So like I have had to try and change the way I look at them and read them, but I still like them to have a little bit of continuity. And there's definitely been some mangas and graphic novels where I just feel like it's so choppy, and trying to figure out how the flow is supposed to go is difficult. So be interesting when you don't, you know, when it's based on a big book with a lot of points in it, how it works out. But I'll have to try one out and see how I get along with it.
Mm-hmm. And maybe even if it just directs you to the big book, then like to be like, well, I liked the adaptation, so I'll just read the actual classic.
Yeah, because I was thinking maybe Moby Dick, because that's one I don't really feel like reading.
That was my thought, and I'm like, I'm glad I chose this instead of I actually own it. I might actually get rid of it, but I'm like, well, I'm probably not getting rid of it, but I'm never going to read it.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever read Moby Dick, Magda?
I'm not sure. If I did, it was, you know, way back 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure because, you know, there's pieces of it that I know, but I'm not sure if that's just because I know the story and then not so much that I read it. So I can't say.
Yeah.
I think the true story behind Moby Dick is much more fascinating than the actual story because that's based on a true story.
Oh,
which is in the book called In the Heart of the Sea.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
It was made into a movie with Chris Evans in it.
Oh, really?
I saw without knowing that it was going to be like shipwreck story.
Oh. I may have to check that out.
I know.
In the Heart of the Sea.
In the Heart of the Sea.
And that's a true.
It's about the actual shipwreck the ship basically gets destroyed by whales. And this happens from a Nantucket ship. And then Melville goes to discover what happened. And then he writes Moby Dick based on this event.
Wouldn't you know that's already on my TBR?
I might have led you on to that already. I don't know.
Well, I told you I had a whole bunch of nonfiction.
I'm not surprised. Yeah. 1,400 on her TBR.
I will say, In the Heart of the Sea, I personally couldn't stand watching this. I almost threw up in the theater. They eat raw fish that's like still alive. So that makes you feel uncomfortable. Just be aware that that's going on in there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was like almost throwing up in the theater. I can handle the possible cannibalism that happens because of what understandably happens when you're like out of people or when you're out of food. But apparently I can't handle when you're eating a fish alive. I don't know.
You can handle the possible cannibalism because we already learned.
Not like fish.
Well, they don't show the cannibalism on screen. No, it's actually interesting because in the Heart of the Sea, they talk about, like in the book, they talk about when people would survive shipwrecks, the first thing they would say if they were survived or rescued was that if they didn't eat anybody. That was the first thing they would say if they hadn't eaten anyone, because it was so common to eat each other because you were out of food. That's right. So common. So the first thing you would say was, we didn't eat anybody.
I remember reading about that in other books about, you know, shipwrecks and stuff like that, and how it was one of those like unspoken rules, or maybe somewhat spoken.
You wouldn't shame anyone because that you just did.
Right. You just had to.
But you'd be like, I didn't do it.
Yeah. So there is still the shame. There is obviously still the shame.
Brag about it if you didn't, essentially.
Yeah. And if you're quiet, then everybody's like, oh. Yeah. Oh, they didn't say they didn't.
But it was a really good movie and a really good book. Fascinating book.
Okay. Oops. Kayla said In the Heart of the Sea is a good movie.
It
Yeah.
is.
I only watched it because Cillian Murphy is in it, and that's my main man. Ooh, who's Cillian Murphy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Cillian Murphy. Cutie?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't
It's a
think
full
so?
cast of like sailors, so they're all just surviving, and it's all really interesting of how they all different crew
Oh, I know this guy.
go throughout the
Mhm.
story. So that's really interesting because it's all a true event in history.
Yeah. I do like those. Well, I like books about ships, but I really like some of the nonfiction that I've read, like about ships. I just find it fascinating. It is unnerving though, so I'm gonna have to make sure I get that one read because I did go through, and I believe it or not, I did delete a lot of the nonfiction that I had put on my TBR because I wasn't running the nonfiction group anymore. But I kept a lot of the ones that sounded interesting still. So that one sounds really good.
Mm-hmm. It's not that big either.
Okay, that's good to know too.
Mm-hmm.
I watch on Snapchat food ASMR, and some are eating live seafood. Yeah, that's a thing, especially I've seen it too. Cannibalism doesn't sound yummy.
No,
It's not supposed to. It's really not supposed to.
no, it's not.
Okay, well, I'll send you all the pictures of them I have on my phone. Just kidding, not just kidding. Just kidding, not. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. Couldn't figure out why that was so familiar when I know I haven't read it or seen it. And I remember that Ask a Mortician did a video on that.
I haven't seen that, but I would not be surprised.
That would be, yeah. What is her name?
Is her name like Kate or something? Because she wrote the book, Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can't think of it right now, but I know what it is. It's not coming on top of my head though. But yeah, she's got the Ask a Mortician, which is a really fun. Have you seen that YouTube channel at all?
Yeah, I've watched a few of her videos.
It's a fun one. Caitlin Dowdy. Caitlin Dowdy, that's what it is. Yeah, that's a fun channel. Interesting. Very informational.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You guys ready for their sprint? Feeling ready?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm going to get into it more than just 8 pages. It is interesting, though.
It seems like it. Yeah, Caitlin Dowdy. Okay. Let's go to what? Well, I say let's go to 11:50, and then I'm going to have to call it a night.
That sounds good. You've been running a lot of sprints in screen time.
Yeah, I think if we call 11:50, then we'll have like 10 minutes or so to finish up and say our goodbyes and stuff, and then I gotta go to bed because I'm starting to get tired.
Good. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, cool.
Yay.
Let me edit to 50. All right, awesome. Let's get some. I'm excited about it. I'm having a lot of fun with this. I'm ready to keep going with this book. This is
All right.
all right. See you in a little bit. Hello.
Hello.
How'd it go?
Good.
It's fascinating, my book. It's like an expose on the RCMP and Canadian government. It's way more than I thought.
Really?
Yeah. It's like how they brutally mess up investigations and everything.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah. Oh my
So
god.
80 pages in, but I want to take it slow because it's really in depth. Naming names and
Oh, really?
It's by a journalist, so yeah, he really does his research. Fascinating.
Sounds
That's
interesting.
exciting. Yeah.
So it's called 22 Murders by Polango. So
Check that one out. That's interesting.
I guess he has another one. He's mentioned in here. He wrote another book about the RCMP. So I'm like, that would be maybe just as expose on the government. And he also talks about their money, where they went, and harassment lawsuits and all these things so far.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm intrigued.
Yeah. That sounds interesting. Yeah, that would be really interesting. And like, what went on that made that? What went on that made it so that they could get away with not making that public or very public?
Well, they basically trapped everyone in Nova Scotia and let this guy go around for 20 hours and then stumbled across him and managed to shoot him. And they're like, oh, yeah. And maybe we have more than 10 people dead. They're like, so that's kind of where I'm at. But it's insane. So I'm going to definitely keep reading.
Yeah, it sounds fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm glad I picked it up today.
How'd it go, Magda?
It's going good. It's good. It's it's another YA, but it's got its moments of humor, and I haven't gotten too far yet, but it's doing good.
Have you liked other of John Green's books?
I have. I can't remember all of them, or which one really stands out that I really liked. Although, what was the one with the stars in the title, I think?
The Fault in Our Stars.
Yeah, that one was really good. And I read that after I had watched the movie, but it was still really good. And I read Turtles All the Way Down. And
yeah, that's one I loved, but I don't think you liked it as much.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it, but I don't know. Anyway, and then there was another one. Anyway, but I've read several of his books now. So I think this is like the last one that I have that I wanted to read or needed to read or whatever. So, but yeah, it's going well.
Oh, good. How far along did you get?
It. Huh?
How far along did you end up getting in it?
Like
over a third of the way through?
Let's see. We started at 7. So I think I'm about 40 or 50%.
Nice.
So I should finish it tomorrow sometime.
Sounds good. I made it 70 pages, almost 71 pages. And so it's so much fun. So much fun. Just having a blast with this one. And I can tell, like it's cute and quirky, and the chemistry is shaping up to be really good. And that's a big deal for me in romances, is chemistry between the two main characters. Like if the chemistry is not strong, I don't enjoy it as much. Yeah. So no matter how cute and quirky it is, if there's no chemistry, it's not going to be quite as high for me. So I'm liking this so far. It's a lot of fun. And
I really enjoyed that one.
I can see the Kylo Ren and Rey nods. That's what I feel like they are. They're nods. Yeah. So fun.
Cool. Yay.
I guess I'll put it on hold and see when it comes in.
Yeah. You have fun with it. Yeah. And hopefully it won't take 6 months.
If it does, I'll read it when it comes in. I don't mind being late to the game.
Yeah, not at all.
So now I'm reading 2 like newer books. Who am I?
Who are you? I don't know you.
I don't either.
And that you've made it, what, like you said, like 70-something pages? So yay.
Yeah. So it's good. Kayla, 8% of the Love Hypothesis. Awesome. We're reading that together now. Finished my novella, 5 stars. Ooh, that's awesome. Good end to the month. Perfect. Yeah, it is the end of the month at this point.
It is.
Yeah.
Read 48 pages in the Artemis Fowl Files. Read the Love Hypothesis last month and loved it. Yeah, it's mostly good reviews of the Love Hypothesis. So that's good to know. I mean, good to know that everybody's enjoying it so much.
Yeah.
And it's not just overhyped. I mean, it may be overhyped, but like it seems like most people do enjoy it. 46 pages, and we just arrived in Austin. Not yet a college town. That was my college town. 23 pages, got to page 34, chapter 4. Awesome. I can't wait to hear how you like People We Meet on Vacation, Natalie. That one just seems like such a fun. I've only read one Emily Henry, which was Beach Read, but I did enjoy that a lot. It was a lot of fun.
I think I've read this one, People We Meet on Vacation, and I have Beach Read. I think it's on my June TBR for like buzzword for what's the other one that I'm
Bookish
doing?
One? I think that's July's buzzword. Bookish words?
No, it's for keyword. The keyword the keyword challenge, where you get like 8 words a month, and it's in my June one. So yeah.
I loved Beach Read. I gave it 4 stars, but not 5 stars, but I still loved it. And then I think I gave 3 stars. I don't give half stars or anything to People Meet on Vacation. I just felt it was too repetitive for me, but I did enjoy it.
Yeah, I did. I enjoyed it. And I agree. I think I gave it like a 3, not a 4, but I still enjoyed it.
Okay. Yeah, Beach Read. I really loved it until the end was really anticlimactic for me. And I was like, wait a minute. I've been loving this. It was like a 5-star read up until like the end. And I was like, what just happened here? And that was the reason why my rating went down. It was because, and the ending wasn't bad. It was just how good I loved the progression of the whole book. The ending was just like, what? Like, it should have been like, boom, fireworks everywhere, 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. And I felt like the ending didn't quite match the rest of the pace of the book, or for me, the rest of the book. So that was where, but I did enjoy it. Like, I really enjoyed it. It was just that, you know how that goes, like when you're really loving something and the end is like,
yeah. And then all of a sudden it's like,
the ending isn't what you want.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They just had a different ending in mind for their book, and you're just like, but that's not what I planned.
Yeah. I planned something different. What happened here?
Yeah.
Mom loved Turtles All the Way Down. Yeah, we both were totally obsessed with that one when we read it. Hey, Stephanie, we are actually just closing out here. Sorry. It's been a long time. But I'll be doing sprints tomorrow, or you can go and check this one out also once it's posted.
We'll be back in 9 hours.
For the next round drop. Woo!
Yep.
Beach Read made my top books last year. Pre-ordered her new book, and I think it comes out. Yeah, that everybody's pre-ordering that new one, which is Book Lovers. I think is what it is.
I'm hesitant after People Who Meet on Vacation, but I am going to read it. I'm not going to like order it. That's what I'm saying. I'm hesitant to buy it. I'm going to read from the library first, and then I'll see.
Yeah, I agree.
May 3rd. Yeah, so that's soon. Oh, bummer. Yeah, sorry. But I'm getting tired and got to be up soon to do the next prompt drop. Too soon.
That's in 7 hours. Woohoo!
I know.
I'll be watching it at about 8:45.
You can always schedule a post to go out on your community tab.
Actually, yes, I can.
You could do that and then just schedule that to have your unlisted link in it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that this time around. I usually also post it in the description of the original video, announcement video, but I can do that later when I wake up.
You can just in case Eager Beavers want it at 7 a.m., you can go to your community post.
Exactly. Because I think that's how most people are accessing it anyways, is through the community post. So yeah, I might do that because
you don't have to get up at 7.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if, unless they get that point, I don't know how many people are actually getting up to watch it at 7 o'clock. We're all
at 7. Some people it's 9 or 10 or whatever.
Yeah, we're all like, you know what? If we join the sprints at 9 or 10, that's good.
Yeah. So, so I'll probably do that because then I don't have to wake up so early because I'm getting tired. Like I'm starting to hit my, luckily it's only one more day.
This was a great idea though. It's been lots of fun.
It is. And it's been so much fun. So it's,
Thank you so much for coming on and doing this with me and participating. It's been just wonderful. It's been absolutely wonderful. And I can't wait to see your vlog, Naomi. I'm excited.
Thank you for inviting me. It's been lots of fun to read on here with you and chat with you, Magda.
And it's been wonderful as well. And it's fun to see you face to face with how many of your recommendations I'm getting lately, and they've all been good. So
well, thank you.
It's like on my TBR this month, not that I chose much of it, but from Amy's game, as she kind of decided, I think 3 of the books, but one of them was from one of your vlogs. So, and that was a 5-star. So that was yay. That was Project Hail Mary.
I haven't read that one.
No, that was
different Naomi.
No, it wasn't Naomi. Naomi was the month before.
Oh, okay.
Recommendation.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It's all good.
Don't worry about it. We don't need to look it up. But definitely, I know I've gotten some recommendations and they've all been good. So thank you.
No problem.
I remember Naomi were giving recommendations the previous month for sure for Magda. So
yeah.
Let's see. Natalie says, thanks for doing this. I'm hitting the hay. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Natalie.
Bye. Good night.
Tony says, this was great. Have a great night and see you tomorrow. Good night, Tony. Thanks for the sprints and congrats on 1K. Thank you, Amber Jen. Shell finally posted all of my books, Classes for William. The Hope of Flanders was last one. Shell's finally updating her blog.
Oh, yay.
It's hard. I mean, we have YouTube channels, but it's hard to be on top of all the books you.
Honestly, which is probably why I don't have a channel and I don't really have followers, because I can't even manage to do short reviews on Goodreads, much less trying to do actual full-on reviews or do what Shell's doing. I'm I just don't have the words. I liked it. I didn't like it. I loved it. That's about the extent.
Sometimes that's easy enough.
Yeah. It's surprising how much work it ends up being. I feel I don't always get as much reading done either because I'm trying to make sure I stay on top of the content too. So it makes it's fun. It's great work. I really enjoy doing it. And actually, luckily, I like editing videos, but it is a lot of work. And because you're doing added layer.
It's extra work, but it is a fun thing as long as you keep it fun. And if you don't keep it fun, then you shouldn't be doing it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Agreed.
And I told Amy from the beginning that, she, because I, started watching other channels and stuff. And what I love is, her enthusiasm, her detail in describing it. And the fact that she changes her background locations and her B-roll, it just makes it really a lot more interesting than, watching pretty much the same video every time with the same background and stuff. Then you really have to have a lot more personality to pull that off. So I'm so excited for her with the 1000, and I love how I'm able to be included by doing this and doing our read along. And the game, her doing my prompts and me being able to post those prompts so that people maybe get ideas of different books and stuff to read. So yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
It is. I love it.
Share this with the people around me and the people that, it is really fun. And it's like, because you feel like you're building a community, and that's really nice. Yeah. And it's been a great experience. And I've got to meet people like Naomi. So like, this has been incredible. Yeah. I feel very lucky. And I'm glad that we've all had a good group of people to come together and talk about something that is a shared interest. Cause that's really that's a cool way to make friends, is when it's something that you really enjoy.
Yeah.
And, you can have more, it's less of the small talk, more of the actually you have something to focus on, you have something to talk about, and it's a lot of fun.
You have a connection as opposed to just being strangers on someone there.
Yeah.
No, it's great.
And you get to know people through their videos too. I feel like I get to know people so much by watching their videos and their content and stuff. So it's fun. Yeah. And my spammer came back, so I guess he was telling me
that he didn't come earlier. It didn't come earlier.
I was surprised actually, because it was the whole thing during the last sprints.
Yeah.
The whole time. Yeah. Congratulations, Lola, on finishing your book. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. The next
Thank you
is in 7 hours. And I hope everybody's having fun reading and that you're making great progress. And we will see you later. Oh, make sure you go check out Naomi's channel. Oh, link in the description box below for all of the
Naomi.
information. Did I do it good, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And make sure to watch Amy's sum up tomorrow. I'm gonna get my
your
my prompts tomorrow, and then I'll get those up after the sprints.
Yeah, because I don't know if the video is gonna be up.
Oh well. Oops.
And if anyone wants challenging, or not challenging, but a fun, adventurous summer read, if you check out my channel tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you'll see what our plan is for the summer.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
A little read along is happening this summer.
Oh, yay.
So.
Okay.
Cool.
Woohoo.
Thank you. Fun time. See you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
That's still there.